Welcome back to Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader, where last time, over a week ago, we advanced the plot. Boy howdy, did it advance. We had basically just kind of started chapter 3, I guess. We had just kind of like recovered Dargonis. The place was being like rebuilt and all that. And our friend Iralet and Aldari kind of came to us saying she got a new lead on where the on where she might be able to find some of her like Aldari compatriots from her craft world of Kruderak, and gave us a location in like Atlas's Reach or something, which is kind of short for the Atlassian Reach. So we went up there, and yeah, came across a ship, I think it was. We boarded it. And increasing the volume, and we went forward a little bit when basically some gas got exposed, or engulfed us. We got drugged up, basically. A bunch of drukhari showed up and drugged us the fuck out. And one of those drukhari was Marozai, our sort of rival, I guess, our new drukhari rival. He's kind of been hounding us since a little bit before what's been happening on like Dargonis. He like sat on our throne and got away, and all that shit. So like, yeah, he basically captured us. Yeah, we were brought to Komarag, the city of the Drukhari in the Webway, and we're basically tortured. So like, yeah, we kind of saw some hallucinations of some of our companions as they were basically questioning us through these drugs on how we had foiled their raiding plans. That was basically the information that he seemed to be trying to extract from us. And so like, yeah, we had this hallucination of us walking up the bridge, and there's a bunch of bodies on it, and we saw like specific individuals that we spoke to, and it kind of like culminated with like a little, I guess, trial with the Lord Inquisitor, and I guess at that point the drugs are kind of starting to wear off, and we're starting to come to, yeah, we kind of started seeing through it as, you know, Heinrich in this vision was not acting himself, and the like, as cut back to like reality, and we're kind of in this actual like trial thing happening, as Marozai has brought us to I guess one of the leaders of Cormorag, forgot what their name was, and yeah, there's Marozai is trying to explain why capturing Medea, my character, was important, and he seemed to be kind of failing at that. A Harlequin, which is kind of like another faction of Eldari, was kind of observing the proceedings, waxing poetic, literally speaking in poems. Yeah, the cut back to our hallucinations. They bring in Irelet, have her kind of testify against us. She's obviously, like, under the influence of, like, Eldari drugs or drukhari drugs and shit, as well. Probably making her much more vulnerable. I think it's during this that we learn that the little thing wall mount that we had in our room that kind of upset Irelet for some reason, caused her to kind of like close off, was a fragment of Kruderak, like the ship, kind of hinting that Theodora might have been the one who may have destroyed the craft world, or at least attacked it at some point and took a piece of the ship as a souvenir. Yeah. Despite the questionings, the leader of the drukhari basically just did not want anything to do with what the fuck Marisai was doing, so dismissed him. Yeah, we later found ourselves amongst a pile of bodies, and the Harlequin came by. We very vaguely remembered them as we were in our sort of semi-drugged up state, and he basically waxed poetic at us, basically telling us to get the fuck out of here, basically. And so we awoke. That's what happened last time. And so we continue. All right, here we are. Like a whole bunch of debuffs on us too. Power of honor. Alright, let's see. Agony of flaying. Something as upped your skin sensitivity 100-fold. Even a slight breeze now causes you searing pain. Hamstrung. Oof. Your tendons have been carefully cut with a thin and sharp blade in order to cripple you without completely robbing you of the ability to move. Darkened eye. You can feel something crawling inside your eye. You have lost most of the vision in it. Deformed bones. Your bones have deformed, curved, and misaligned, making your movements clumsy and your body feel alien. 100 wounds. Your body's mangled by cruel torture. You are on the verge of death. And yet, we can move around just fine. It is nigh impossible to identify this horrendous spawn dressed in dregs as a human being, or rather a genetic anathema descended from human beings. The mutant's hideous appearance is complemented by brutal scars and a partially flayed face. You seem to have made an equally poor impression on the wretched beggar. He sizes you up and rasps, "You look like rocks, Pat. How are you still breathing with wounds like that?" The beggar's features are appalling to the point of being too offensive to look upon. I am in need of help. Mutant arches an eyebrow in bemusement. Really? A grip and tail? Then why should I give a crap? I need the assistance of a healer. The beggar looks at you skeptically, thinks for a moment, and then nods. Fine. Who else should help a hapless soul in this accursed place if not another hapless sap, right? Come, I'll take you somewhere safe. Beckons you to follow him. Then something in his wrist clicks, and a long blade coated with something foul thrusts out of it. A moment later, the blade sinks into your flesh. Bleep bloop. Hmm? You do not feel any pain, not yet at least. You merely watch in surprise as a spray of crimson fans through the air. You do not know when your hand seized the beggar's throat. Your fingers clench around it of their own accord. Moon's eyes go wide and rattle, and a rattle escapes his reeking mouth. He dies before he can wound you again. Force yourself to release your grip on his crushed larynx. The pain finally reaches you through the veil of adrenaline, but the sensation is hardly shocking. What is another wound to you when your body is already suffering from 100 just like it? Lost contact with the flagship. At the moment, it's impossible to remove trophies from cargo since communication with the flagship hasn't been established. Knife. Alright, let's see. The contents of the injector bubble playfully as if urging you to find out whether liquid inside is poison or medicine. The user immediately gains +4 MP and +4 AP. For the next turn, the MP and AP are reduced by 2. Gift from beyond the grave. And this beggar's weapon is so much better. What the fuck? Unremarkable and weak pistol. The engraving covering its surface is far more valuable than any meager stopping. Hands off. That corpse is mine. Okay. And a bunch of awareness checks. But we save scumming. Or stim. The contents of the injector bubble playfully. These corpses fell down here from above. You hear them whispering about the beauty of their long descent and the cruelty of the impact that broke their cold bodies.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
Find nothing that could be of use to you. Is that failed, or is it literally just supposed to be nothing? Whatever the dead have, I take it. Blasted Voidfear. He killed your people, tore down your banner, and replaced it with his heretical rag. Okay. Yeah, I know.
What? No.
Oh, because I don't have medicine.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Find help. Find nothing that could be of use to you. Your wounds barely hurt at all, and your body feels surprisingly light.
A mere setback.
Don't hurt me. Got nothing for you to take.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
There are so many dead people around you. How? Must be Voidfear. Damn him for what he's done to your crew. In a pleasant voice, the strange device invites you to put your hand in its depths and press the activation button. No, thank you. An enormous eye stares at you through the glowing portal, or rather the portal is the eye of something enormous, and its maw patiently waiting for you to step inside.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Cool. You have a death wish. That's why they came here, to gut people like us. Still gonna try to sneak past. Maybe they won't notice. Told you not to let them see you. They're hunters. Damn butchers. Try to creep along, stick to the shadows. Go around. In the chasm, you can get in anywhere. Like a ranger.
Failure is a bitter taste.
Hey, buddy. Pretty sure there's not like a crouch button in this game. Is there? Time for me to learn.
one step at a time amidst the madness.
Oh. Shit. Thought he wouldn't be able to see me from there.
I won't sully myself with that.
Big oof.
My mastery is unsurpassed.
I am a prey taker.
Another scar to my collection.
Knackers.
What if?
Huh.
My revenge will be delectable.
Alright. Yeah. No way I'm gonna be getting past that.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
They're nice. Okay. Rare resistant boost +5. I'm just dogmatic rank. I can't do that. Incubus blade armor. I can't do nothing with that. Grenades. Also the beggar. constantly leave?
They
Oh,
will
shit.
see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
It's barely hurt at all, and your body feels surprisingly light. Yeah. So you keep telling me? The barking of weapon discharges becomes Theodora's disapproving grumble. Do you consider that to be the face of a rogue trader? Your brave enforcers spend their every waking moment training. After all, Voidfear could return at any moment and try to take over your ship again. I have a feeling the next fight will be my last. Pass me that stimulant. Lead me into the arena. I will make Cormorant tremble and shout my name. Malice deserves credit for giving us something to do other than count our hours until death.
What lies beyond?
Something there.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
The dead man grins condescendingly, beckoning you to take a place beside him. He has this life figured out. We see, we see. Maybe stuff over that one. The pit. You surrender to the cough and lie down. It will be easier to breathe and your lungs will stop burning. No.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
The den you have found yourself in is filled with heady smoke, and the walls are lined with living shadows. The center of attention is a snake-like Xenos. He is engaged in conversation with a pale, horrid-looking drukhari and pays you no mind, much like everyone else in here. Hello, Miwa. How you doing? Welcome. I'm doing all right. We vibing. This particular breed of abominable Xenos is unfamiliar to you, but its appearance alone speaks of a vicious nature and inborn wickedness. Survey the room. Surprisingly fast. Everyone gathered here is armed. They all bear scars, and some even have fresh wounds. You notice a few humans among the Xenos. They clamor in a mishmash of tongues, and their laughter rings with lunacy and bloodlust. The air is thick with an all-pervading sense of doom. Daily on this? Kinda. Monday, Tuesday, and Thursdays. and then got D&D on Thursday nights and Fridays. Your trained eye does not fail to notice that virtually everyone in this place is under the influence of some substance or other, and powerful ones at that. It seems you have wound up in a narcotics den. Observe the scaled Xenos. The leader of this gang is powerfully built. His scaled hide is reinforced with engraved metal in several spots. His long tail coils around and around as his snake-like head sways gently from side to side. The Xenos is enjoying a state of blissful relaxation. His companion, the gaunt drukhari, is looking at him obsequiously. Her entire body is adorned with hundreds of embedded steel beads and thousands of red injector marks. Digital artist for a living. I'm wondering if I can help you out with some stuff. Nah. I'm poor. May we speak? Snake-like Xenos either fails to notice your presence or is simply ignoring you. Iridescent eyelid membranes slide over his eyes, momentarily shuttering them. No doubt a telling look among his kind. Without deigning to look at you, the cadaverous Drukhari mutters, "Malice wants you to disappear, pathetic whelp." Just the scaled Xenos, you are Malice, I take it. Serpentine head turns to you in inhuman fluidity, his forked tongue tasting the air. I am Malice. You are an inconvenience. Get lost, or you'll find out how Malice deals with inconveniences, humanling. I require aid. I am wounded. What makes you think I care? No, don't answer. I don't care what makes you think that. Lovely day we're having. He casts a sidelong glance at you and says skeptically, "Not for you, by the looks of it." You interested? Nah. Thank you for the offer, though. Let's see. I could use services of a healer. I mean, I could use services of a healer. So go and look for them elsewhere. It's like, why the fuck would I attack them? Nah. Shrieker, 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 shrieker. Try to fix the mechanism. It affects the mechanism? Making words.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Malice deserves credit for giving us something to do other than count the hours until our deaths. I see. What this? Quick save. Xeno Defiant. He's perplexed. Oh, there we go. You were able to make sense of the irrational design behind this profane mechanism and get it to work. Yeah?
They will see.
That,
oh, yes.
did that
They
just
all
cause
will
that to
see.
happen? Saw everything. You are cheating. Examine the wounds. Quick save. Bond, quick saving. A gruesome blow is carved in the gladiator's skull, but surprisingly, he's still alive. proceed. Tear out the gladiator's augment. Why? Veteran's electrograft. Yeah, I know. This cranial shunt, marked as a property of the Astra Militarum, is used to directly connect to armored vehicles. Its silvered rim is an indication of the owner's veteran status. Why did I just take that?
Oh, what lies beyond?
Okay. Nothing that one. Oh, put it back. Don't pull anything out of me. Relax. The Sawbones knows what he's doing, right, Sawbones? We'll find out soon enough. Mistress, could you spare the last few drops of your stimulant? Please leave me in peace, strong mistress. I'm not stealing or begging. Hmm? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Can't get to it. Okay.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Malice. There's no time. Xenos is clearly more comfortable now. The sleepy torpor induced by the low temperature has been replaced with a languid ease of an undisputed leader in his element. The convector has been repaired. Help me. Why should I? Malice looks at you with contempt. The convector's fixed already. What's the point in me helping you? The little strength you had left in your body has run out. You collapse to the floor, and the darkness that nearly extinguished your mind permanently envelops your vision once more. Through the drumbeat of your heart, you hear Malice's voice from somewhere far away. Fine. Catch up the humanling. She's proven to be more useful than the rest of you put together. Brand? Sensation slowly returns to you. Your body is still in pain, but you're no longer on the brink of death. Your wounds have been crudely closed with metal clamps, and your throat is pocked with injector tracks, as though you have been wearing a neck pillow of needles. The one who rendered this first aid to you was certainly not a qualified chirurgeon, someone who would typically be permitted to minister to the person of the illustrious rogue trader. It looks like you're back with us. I don't know whether to offer my congratulations or commiserations. Scaled Xenos looks at you without the slightest difference. Thank you for your help. I do not want your thanks, humanling. You will earn back every stimulant I spent on you. As soon as you stand up, you are seized by a strange sense of unreality. It is as if you are still there in the wicked darkness, and everything around you is merely a twisted mirage. Doubt seeps into your mind like a poison, sundering its contact with your body. You have to make a deliberate effort to hold on to the thought that you are you. What? Is your mind maggot giving you trouble? I saw it latch onto your spinal cord when you were being patched up. Fat, well-fed grub it was, with lots of teeth. It's dying now. They have a short lifespan. And that means its poison is especially toxic. You lose touch with reality from time to time. And when the mind maggot dies, the final dose of poison will make you think your body is not your body at all. And your heart will just stop beating. Mind maggot's agony. Dying parasite on the rogue trader's body that is poisoning her mind with its hallucinogenic toxin. I could have pulled that thing out of you, of course, but I thought, why should I? Consider it a guarantee of your gratitude toward me. When you've earned your healing, I'll release it from you. The lipless mouth stretches into a bloodthirsty grin. Who are you? I am Malice, and the rabble you see are my shriekers. We are gladiators, the bleeding meat of the fatal thirst combat arena. We are the beasts who go out there to kill and to die in glorious deaths for the entertainment of the Dark City, and this den is our pleasure ground. Where am I? The snake-like Xenos hisses in satisfaction. Cormorag, the Dark City, the underside of existence, the realm of the Drukhari. You heard of it, humanling? Why'd you decide to help me in the end? You are a cocky whelp, but feeble like all members of your race. Your cockiness has not got you killed yet, which means you must be someone important, and you might be useful. What the fuck is a mind maggot? Kind of translucent slug. It is a parasite that can only be found on this side of reality. Mind maggots feed on your memory, and they inject toxic hallucinations into your mind to stop you resisting. Drukhari can train these creatures and use them to show their victims devious mirages. What do you want from me? Kill for me. Go into the mangled sector and find a freak called the Commissar, one of your kind, and spill his guts for me. Do that and you will earn my favor. And in the chasm, that counts for a lot. Who's the Commissar? Prisoner of the Drukhari who thinks too highly of himself. Instead of dying in the arena without any fuss, he is hiding, gathering other slaves of your race around him and making pathetic plans to get his revenge. And many of your kind are listening to him. See how few humanling shriekers there are. They used to all come to me, but now they listen to the Commissar and no longer come. Mangled Sector. What an off-putting name. It's an off-putting place. It's the base of the spire in which we live. Cormorag is stitched together from scraps of various dimensions, and in the Mangled Sector the seams are starting to rip. Space is collapsing in on itself, and entropic radiation is off the scale, spawning all kinds of abominations, and the sector itself is slowly but surely turning into nothing. Some unhinged humanling went there recently. What did they call him? Resorian? He was old but strong, and too loud. His visit probably stirred up all the freaks. You should be more careful and quieter than he was. You'd have to be insane to set foot in a place like that. Insane or an outcast like the Commissar, hiding from the hunt, or you. Why do you want me to do it? I don't want to drag my whole gang into the Mangled Sector. The place will kill off 3 times more fighters than the Commissar's crew will. That means I need to send in an assassin. The Commissar's fighters know my shriekers, but nobody knows you. And besides, you don't have a choice, which means you'll see it through in the end. Going to need a more serious weapon. Prove that you're useful first. Do this and Malice will see that you have decent toys to play with, but not before. In the meantime, you can pick something out of the junk pile. Malice gestures at a container half full of shoddy equipment. Fine. Bring me his head, and in exchange, I will share my toys with you. They make surviving in Cormorag possible. And if you think of lying to me and running, when you're on the street, look out for a humanling dressed in red with a cog on his chest and a face full of misery. See how he is dying alone with nobody to help him. Your death will be just the same. Is that Pascal? Oop. Moved at the end of combat. If gained outside of combat, visit the void ship room. Fuck. A lot of weapons. And there's cable lights.
One step at a time, amidst the
Now,
madness.
Civ's credit for giving us something to do other than count the hours until our deaths. Familiar sense of unreality rolls in, breaking the connection between body and mind. Unreality. Heard a little something about Abelard.
There will be no peace in my wake.
That wasn't broken last time I was here.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
The next fight will be my last. Pass me that stimulant.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
For what? Why? Ah.
What lies beyond?
More warp stuff going on here.
This failure shall not define me.
Six go. How many saves will it take? Or how many loads will it take? It like doesn't even have a failure text, which is interesting because usually there's at least a failure text. Keep failing, huh? $91. That was like a super close one. Like, yeesh. I should have a 30% chance of succeeding this. Man. Maybe wait until I get one of my companions back. Okay. We're gonna continue on though. I'm hungry. So take a bit of a break. Boop. 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 I am back. Had leftover mashed potatoes and chicken for dinner. Pretty good. Alright.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
That they will. Cutthroat. Line. What the heck is going on up here? Much better, Monkey. Once more, what are you? I am Ashes and Obedience, Master. What do you live for? For your amusement, Master, or nothing else? Good. Docile little monkey. Thank you for your instruction, Master.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Oh. Portal to the arena.
One step at a time, amidst the madness. In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue threat.
Oh, dash whack. Resistance fighter.
Oh, what lies beyond?
Maybe going on this away. This away first. Good. Shoot the corpse. Why? Have you heard of the laughing racer? The one who dies in the arena every time and then stands up alive and walks away? Have indeed. It's a tall tale. The laughing racer, killer of vagabonds. Nonsense. Shaking my boots. The laughing racer. Now the Urgul, that's been roaming around here. That is something to be afraid of. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Flash of searing pain causes the contents of your skull to burst into flames. I was a good fighter, loyal, strong. But they cast me out. How am I supposed to live now? This must be the chute that carried your unconscious body down here. Test failed. Always failed. Big rip. How am I gonna know I succeed? Like, what is the difference going to be with a success? Obviously, loot.
A mere setback.
That sounded like it was a failure. Damn. I suck at skill checks now. Fuck me, I guess.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Fine. Got to it first.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
There's the ugly beggar again. Or a different one, I guess. Mangled sector. What'd that do? Close, I can feel it. It's coming to get me. There's nowhere to hide. Proving device is designed to set the elevator into motion only when wretched victims die inside the device. I see.
One step at a time, amidst the madness. They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see. Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed. Ha! There will be no peace in my wake.
Here in the fabric of space is sparkling with entropic energy filled with capable of unraveling the threads of matter itself.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Humanling, relax with us. Take a stimulant and enjoy yourself. There's some questions. Ask away, humanling, but try not to bore me with your chatter. What about your kind? The Slith? My kind were greedy people. We always wanted more. And that's why we were rapacious and indomitable. Nothing could sate our growing appetite. We could have conquered half the universe if we needed to. The bonds that held us together fell away, replaced by more beneficial and attractive alliances, and my kind scattered. Some called it the fall of our civilization, but they did not understand the realization we had come to. That no one needs other people. All you need is yourself. Why are you called Malice? The name is an accurate reflection of my nature, more or less. It was given to me by Gipreo, Archon of the Cabal of the Sheared Tongue. He was a competent master, and he knew his servants well, which is why he didn't trust any of them, and gave me the honor of guarding him. The Archon liked to watch me savage the assassins sent to kill him, and he named me Malice. Fended off 100 attempts on Gipero's life, and only once was I too slow, but that was enough to lose my employer, and now I'm here. What are the Shriekers? A gang? Criminal in Cormorag. The word sounds like a joke. The Shriekers are a gang of the doomed. They live in expectation of their inevitable death in the arena. And that death makes a lot more sense than all the other deaths on offer in the Dark City. We are gladiators. We go into the arena to rip helpless meat to shreds. Then we become the helpless meat ourselves. When the end is predetermined, and in the spires it's always predetermined, you start to see death in more simple terms. You stop being afraid of it and you learn to enjoy life. We are a gang of people who enjoy life. I hear something dignified about this grim readiness to die. Wrap it up in lofty drivel if you like, but in the end, your animal's kept for blood sport. So you have simply resigned yourself. A rather craven choice. A good line. Do they all truly believe it? You sell it well. Rather craven choice. The snake laughs and leans toward you. But you're not going to resign yourself, is that it? You're not asking for my help. You're not going to work for me. Not going to kill in exchange for security and comfort, right? Tell me about this arena. The arena is the giver of life in Cormorag. Without the psychic sustenance created by pain and suffering, the masters of the Dark City would die off. It's just how they are made. The hungry come to the arena to gorge themselves, and the witch cults that rule the arenas ply their guests with bloody spectacles and heinous torture. The chasm is controlled by the Fatal Thirst, not the biggest witch cult, but an old and respected one. 3 succubi stand at its head, Tazara, Kikaros, and Sinithora, the most influential of all. But Tazara disappeared not long ago, and Sinithoria has been lying low ever since she forged an alliance between her cult and the Reaving Tempest, so the deadly Kikaros is in charge of the arena. How's Cormorag structured? Malice's voice turns wistful. Cormorag is hidden on the other side of existence, and is stitched together from scraps of various dimensions and spaces. Long ago, the Aldari created this place as a port, but now it is their refuge from she who thirsts. Cormorag has more bleeding spires than you can count, powered by the energy of stolen suns. An eternal war for power rages here. Ambitions and passions are the fuel and the fire of an endless conflict of open clashes and covert treachery. The tops of the spires are the domain of the Cabal Archons, and reigning over all is Asdrabael Vecht, the supreme overlord of the Cabal of the Black Heart. You will see them, the ruling elite, when you die in the arena, and they will feed on your suffering and gain new youth through it. They seem eternal. They live so long. They will die one day. Cormorag itself will die. It has been dying for thousands of years already, disintegrating at its foundation. Nothing in this world is eternal. Where exactly are we in Cormorag? This is the chasm. The place where those destined for the arena of the witch cult of the Fatal Thirst eke out their existence. It is also where the homunculuses' cast-offs end up. Tervantius from the Coven of the Baleful Thorn. He has his own little nook where he conducts his experiments. The chasm is endless. It's an endless source of raw material for his work, and the best results are destined for the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, the patron of the witch cult, and of Tervantius in particular. Why do you think I wound up here? I couldn't care less why you're here. My guess is you were dumped. The chasm is a cesspit. Everything gets thrown in here. Rubbish, bodies, prisoners. It all simmers together until the drukhari masters fish out whatever they need from the pot. Fighters, entertainment, living flesh. Good. Cormorag, unnecessary questions can kill you quicker than a blade. I require decent equipment. If I gave you that, it would be all too easy for you. When you leave, I'll enjoy wondering if next time I see you, it'll be in one piece or several. Don't spoil my fun.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
It's the madness. Hello, clever blue wave. The 101st, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh, done with that grumbly voice. It was killing my throat.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Okie dokie.
What lies beyond?
Switch. Drukhari.
There will be no peace in my wake.
The razor-sharp keel of the flying craft glints fearsomely in the dim light. I see.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
This transport adorned with massive blades would make for a deadly weapon on the battlefield. Loot one of them.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Anatomical opera. That sounds sinister. You know, some sort of unreality rolls in.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
The armors. That was locked. Man, we need Pascal. We need Pascal back. Not this way, meat. We need Pascal so I can open all these tech things, man.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
See if I can get this warp one now. A random chance.
This failure shall not
Nope.
define me.
Nope.
There will be no peace in my wake.
How you doing, Cap? Playing Helldivers, I see.
Oh, what lies beyond?
This is where that sends, huh? I just live and breathe Helldivers. I see. What happens if I go in here? Hello? Just woke up. Oh, I'm here now.
Ah, one step at a time, amidst the madness.
Okay.
Patience.
Mangled sector.
Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Did you look up the game Mech Engineer yet? I believe I did like a week ago. After you had talked about it. Oh. Flash of searing pain causes the contents of your skull to go ouchie. Beggar, 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 beggar. Abelard. Misfit. Argenta. The Commissar. Think I played the Mech Engineer demo? Damn, they just keep killing each other.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
60% chance. It's a cool concept.
There! Done!
Oh yeah, where are you? Lost you. Lost you all. Barely recognize your loyal seneschal, Abelard Rosarian, in this pitiful, hunchbacked figure. His officer's bearing, his broad shoulders, his direct and piercing gaze, all gone without a trace. What you see before you is a decrepit, quivering old man rummaging through malodorous refuse and mumbling under his breath. Takes you a second to make sense of his hoarse lisp. Catharia, love, white haversack and fruits, horse, love. Children are making mischief again. Catharia, where are you? By game, and it have lots of bad player reviews. The old man's frail voice is laden with tenderness and longing. Abelard? Oh, Catharia. Abelard laughs faintly and immediately launches into a bout of coughing. Deep lines run across his face and a blurry film of cataracts clouds his eyes. The drive stems are at it again. Another council session. Another appeal to the Logitiums. They will never be satisfied, love, until they make us and our children disappear. Perhaps we should just give in. You always say that Argonis is not your home, love. Abelard is looking past you at someone only he can see. There is a timid smile on his trembling lips. Would you like that, love? Would you rather leave? Leave it all behind, go somewhere far away, away from our toils? It's this old PS2 or Xbox 360 game I used to play where you drive mechs and can't find it, or other similar mech game. Was it Armored Core? No, Abelard, your family's not here. They're waiting for you. Closest is Battletech, but it's not the same. Battletech is like, well, I know that the Battletech game is like Battletech. There's several now that I think about it, but there is one just called Battletech. It's a CRPG-ish. Abelard flinches. Family. But Katharina, you are my family and you are dead. He shakes his head as if waking from sleep, slaps himself on the cheeks and looks up at you. Medea! Apologies. That is to say, Lord Captain. With a groan, Abelard tries to straighten his hunched back. Main feature I was looking for was you build the mech from the base and it could have legs or tracks. I haven't played a lot of mech games in my life, I'll be honest. Thank the God Emperor, death has not found you yet. Then again, given the circumstances, it may be for the worst. I have 1,230 in the game Battletech? Hell yeah, dude. What happened to you? Abelard is racked by an old man's hacking cough. That thrice-blasted Zeno simply chucked me aside like a piece of rubbish. I went to look for you, or for help, and I ended up here. This is where it found me, that thing. Memories fail me. All I can remember is bits and pieces and needles. Pumped something out of me, and it pumped something in. I seem to be in one piece, except that creature. Everlord tries to wipe his stained coat with a trembling hand. How should I put this? Its needles siphoned the strength out of me. I feel older by a good decade or two. Touches his face and exclaims his voice. My word, I think I am older. That could be why I started seeing things. I never thought I'd lived long enough to go senile. What was the thing that attacked you? He shudders. Spawn of nightmares, so ghastly my mind refuses to picture a clear image of it. Nothing but meat, metal, and many, many needles. It feasted on me, feasted on my very soul. It would have devoured me whole if it hadn't gorged itself on another before me. Some problem, I don't know what game it was, and it's haunting me. I think Skyrim's the only game I have that sort of time in. Jeez. I had that sort of time in, like, Guild Wars. Who's Katharia? Everlord gives you a tense, embarrassed look. My late wife, Lord Captain. I think, in the time I wandered around here, my sanity may have suffered a temporary lapse, I hope. It appears my mind can no longer stomach the kind of horrors this place has to offer. I saw her by my side. Saw a different time, a different place. I can never get into any MMOs. There were like 2 MMOs that I got into growing up. Guild Wars 1, specifically. I didn't really get into Guild Wars 2. I did try to, but I didn't. I just couldn't really stick to it. And then the other one was Lord of the Rings Online. That one I played for a while until like my account got hacked. And then I stopped playing it after that. And Japan is too short, so I move on to other games. I only have over 1,000 games. Oof. Yeah. Where are the others? I have not the faintest idea, your ladyship. All I can say is, if I have managed to survive down here, the others stand a chance too. There were no weaklings in your retinue. Find a way to restore your time to you, Seneschal. Pray, Lord Captain. There's enough strength in my body yet. Your Seneschal will not be so easily broken by some... He groans and clutches. I could just use a brief respite. I, for one, have had enough of this heap of filth. It's time to move, Abelard. Could not agree more, Lord Captain. I serve House von Valancius. Abelard salutes you with a shaking hand, and a ghost of his usual stern expression returns to his wrinkled face. Abelard. Okay, that's one companion. Yeah. Stop showing that. Looking at the revolting puddle of ichor that reeks of suffering, you can barely make out what remains of the bones of some unfortunate soul that appear to have been digested and regurgitated. Abelard. As indicated by the bloody trail, a body was recently dragged through here. 20% demolition, huh?
Curiosity
I need demolition for that. Oh.
in my veins.
I have only 60 hours in Skyrim. Very rookie numbers. How many hours do I have in Skyrim? I now check. Or is it going to be? Is it going to be The Elder Scrolls or Elder Scrolls? 264.6.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
I have cut my eyelids off to keep my eyes vigilant. Danger is everywhere. The otherworldly shimmer of nothingness promises peace and quiet. Whoever tried to settle in this vile place, their fortitude did not carry them far.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
It will hunt again soon. It will come and kill. It always comes. Xenos. Yeah? Skin the corpse. Why would I do that? Chameleon skin. The Drukhari warrior's skin was stitched with flexible crystal threads whose colors shift to match their surroundings and conceal the wearer. I don't understand why streamers have two computers. It's so that you can basically have one machine running the game, and one machine running the streaming software and all that. Basically another way of saying it. It's just so that the streaming software doesn't use up all of your...
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue
all
thread.
of your CPU and stuff. Think about how centaurs have 2 rib cages. Sometimes. Zero %. They did it once, but there was some glitchy streams because of it.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Argenta. Rogue Trader. Sister Argenta greets you with a glowing gaze and a confident smile. The God Emperor did not forsake his chosen one. I prayed that our paths would cross once more. Buy money. $4,000 just for stream. I only got one computer. Sister Argenta, thanks be to the God Emperor you are here, and you look as prepared for new trials as ever. Master Astarion, a loyal seneschal never abandons his lord captain, does he? I am just as glad to see you alive. She gives Abelard an encouraging smile. Argenta gestures at everyone around her. Your arrival is timely indeed. If the Emperor is chosen on our side, we can come out of hiding and exact vengeance upon the enemies of humanity. But I shouldn't take up your time. Speak instead to the Commissar, the one who leads these valiant souls. He will tell you everything you need to know. What happened to you after we ran into that trap? Full-time job to stream, it makes sense to invest in making it better. True. This ain't my full-time job. I make like no money from this. I make like $100 a year from streaming. My memory betrays me. I lost consciousness soon after they dragged us into the shadows. I came to in a filthy arena. They had set some clawed beast against me. When I slew it, they sent another. I killed them all, one after another, and the unseen spectators demanded more and more. At last, I had an opportunity. One of the beasts I fought damaged the enclosure, and I managed to escape the arena. You should have seen how quickly the scum who whooped and cheered from the stands set off after me. I forged a path with sword and bolter, and wandered for a long time in darkness, and then I wound up here, where a loyal servant of the Emperor found me and gave me a chance to serve him again. I'm doing my part with financial investments. Or financial investments. Who's this commissar you speak of? Loyal servant of the Emperor who has not lost the will to fight even in this impenetrable gloom. He has mustered a resistance. Everyone who can hold a weapon and refuses to accept the fate of a toy in the clutches of vile Xenos. The dwellers of these dungeons are myriad, and most are lacking in soul, courage, or willpower. The Commissar and his associates seek out the true companions of the Imperium among them, and prepare those people for the battle against the Xenos. Providence itself has brought me here. I assisted the Commissar in his search in hopes of finding you among the captives. Devoted myself to helping the faithful yet frail pluck up their strength and guiding the able yet desperate toward hope. And my efforts have already borne fruit. 2 squads have gone on a scouting mission to discover safe passage out of Cormorag. Who are these people? I found them. Subjects of the Imperium who were taken to this den of misery and despair, scattered across the vast chasm. They were condemned to suffer for the amusement of enemies of humanity, but the beasts were wrong in thinking we would simply resign ourselves to our fate. I share my faith in the future with them. The future that we will claim with his name upon our lips. You will join me, will you not? Argenta looks at the people around her and nods. I have served the resistance for as long as I could. My duty to these people is done. It's high time I rejoined you and pursued my original mission. First, let me to offer a few final words of guidance to my flock. Argenta turns her attention and her voice fills with zealous fire. Servants of the Emperor, children of humanity, be strong in your resolve and pure in your faith, for our deliverance is at hand. Steel your hearts, for the great trial lies ahead of us all, but the reward for passing it is freedom. And if I die here, I will die fighting, unbroken by the Xenos. Actually, there's some, like, legit just... Oh. Peeps. This crate is filled with makeshift las gun batteries and crudely made autogun ammo.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
The makeshift Aquila looks somewhat pitiful, but the evident diligence and passion that went into its creation sparks of the piety of its makers. Wowee. At the background. Alright.
They will
Commissar.
see. Oh yes, they all will see.
The stately man in a commissar's coat and a tall service cap greets you with the sign of the Aquila and a solemn announcement. Another loyal servant of the throne has found her way to us through these confounded catacombs. Fear not. Approach. If you have faith in the Emperor, then you will find only allies here. The Emperor protects. Indeed, the Emperor protects. Commissar's imperious, booming voice repeats your call, and the rest follow suit. Look at him. You might think that the archetypical commissars from Imperial Guard propaganda posters are all life drawings of this man. He has a large and powerful jaw, his eyes are hard and fearless, and the small scar over his brow adds a certain rugged charm to his features. His coat, though worn, has been diligently cleaned and mended, and the skull on his tall cap has been polished to a shine. Who are you? The man replies with clipped precision. Commissar Iako Sitney, but my brothers and sisters in arms prefer to simply call me the Commissar. I was assigned to a regiment of the Vicentian Zerves, and I fought in the battle for the world of Kemot Secundus, where I was wounded and taken prisoner while unconscious. Having recovered from my wounds, I carry on fighting the wicked Xenos as the head of the local resistance cell which I founded. Commissar's speech is vehement and decisive. My valorous comrades and I sabotage the enemy's activities while we devise our plan of escape. Keep up the good work, Commissar. We do. Will do. We stand for the Imperium. The Commissar turns his burning gaze to his fighters, and they erupt in a roar of battle cries. What does your resistance do? Commissar observes his humble army and says with enthusiasm, "Our first ongoing objective is to keep bolstering our ranks by seeking out prisoners who haven't yet lost faith and willingness to oppose our nefarious jailers. Our second priority is to arm ourselves and train. I teach my soldiers the basics of guard tactics in order to mold them into a fully fledged assault unit." Guard tactics. You mean like running at the enemy in so many waves that they run out of bullets before you run out of guards? Most importantly, we gather information and plot our escape. And the day when we pave the road to freedom with the corpses of detestable Xenos is nigh. Commissar's rallying shout makes his people square their shoulders, proudly strain their backs, and respond with a fierce war cry. What are the circumstances of your capture? We engaged the enemy on the world of Kemot Secundus in the Marcaean marches of the Calixis sector. The loathsome foes of humanity were known to launch raids in the area, so we received orders to defend the good subjects of the Imperium. When the profaners descended upon us, we gave them no quarter. The enemy was routed, and my unit drove them back to their ships. Our counterattack drove a wedge into their advancing horde and thwarted the invasion, but it also meant that we were cut off from both flanks and surrounded. We fought valiantly for several hours to stop the enemy ranks from reforming for a new onslaught, until we depleted our munition reserves. By that time, our superior officers had already fallen, so I led my people in a bayonet charge. We taught the Xenos a lesson in blood, and then I have no memory of how the battle ended. I came to consciousness in this foul place, disarmed and on the verge of death. Thought I'd die, but it was not yet time for the Emperor to release me from his service. For our medical assistance. Commissar examines you critically. You do not look too badly injured. We are suffering from a severe shortage of medical supplies. Better save what we have for critical situations. Malice sent me here for your head. However, I have no desire to cause you harm. Commissar lets out a contemptuous laugh and nods approvingly at you. That scaled miscreant has long since wanted me dead. He craves my soldiers. He forced us from our base to this perilous place, but he will pay for his schemes soon. Once my plan is set in motion, it is a disgrace to serve one such as he. You ought to join our ranks instead. Together, we will break out of this accursed city. What's your plan? Commissar's speech is brisk and energetic. Some of our own have captured a small Xeno ship that was moored for repairs at a remote unused dock. They eliminated the crew quietly, but left the pilot alive to sail the ship back to real space. We can get to the dock through the dimensional portal located at our old base. Was it Sergeant Vagesti's squad that was tasked with capturing the ship? Did he survive? The Emperor protected him, and he did not fail the Emperor. Vigastes is in good health and waiting for us to arrive. Regrettably, Malice and his Shriekers drove us out and took over the base, so the first order of business will be to confront him there. I propose that you take him by surprise and deliver the first strike. We will support the attack from the outside. Every step in the Commissar's plan, when taken separately, seems viable enough. When combined together, however, the chances of success become so ludicrously slim that only a complete madman would agree to this strategy. Who are the people under your command? The core of my unit is composed of prisoners from various Astra Militarum regiments and a number of planetary guards. They form the assault squad that went on to the special operation under Sergeant Vigasti's command. The rest are common people who had the misfortune of being captured by Xenos, serfs, nobility, administratum clerks, technomats, void workers, monks, anyone who found the courage to take up arms. The only kind you won't find here are heretics, lawbreakers, and cowards. Trust me, Medea, these people can be relied upon. Their darkest hour they found a source of resolve and faith, and each among them is ready to give their life for their righteous cause. Many already have. How have you managed to accomplish so much? Every morsel of intelligence we have acquired and every step of progress we have made was paid for in blood and pain. The information about the dying cabal that dreads entering the docks of its enemies and instead moors in an abandoned area was forced out of captive Xenos. The knowledge of the portal was bought in exchange for 1/2 of all the weapons we had stockpiled. And taking that ship cost us several lives, each of which was worth more than this whole blasted city. Shall join you. Commissar laughs and exclaims approvingly, "My brothers and sisters in arms, a new fighter has joined our ranks. The Emperor's grace is with us. Farewell, and keep the faith. The Emperor protects, sister." Won't be long before we escape this place, right?
One step at a time.
See that this is now like 100. So, what they're aiming for is right there, but they're consistently hitting it above it. I mean, at least their poor aim is consistent, I guess. So he melted an actual Archon with plasma. Oh boy. God Emperor has shown us leniency in our darkest hour. Praised be he who has arrayed us in the armor of his wrath. Cool. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Where's Pascal?
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
And a whole bunch of demolition shit.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Oh? Hmm? I'm sorry? The fuck was that? The wounds on this corpse were inflicted haphazardly, as if the killer was driven by pure brutality. Load that quick save. See if we can get this. Hey. Victim was killed by a series of precise cuts in vulnerable spots: the throat, the eyes, and the tendons. The killer must have been aiming to swing the outcome of the fight with the first few blows. And now we have a 65% chance of this.
Never doubt me.
There we go. Tracking boots. Stabilizing gauntlets, melta charge. Where it uses run a gun, they gain their range stacks. Do not suffer winded.
There will be no peace in my wake.
30% chance. I have only a 30% chance of getting this. Alright, finally got it. The baker's corpse is disfigured by bony growths. Eyes, mouth, and tentacles are constantly appearing and disappearing in the ocean of his flesh. It's difficult to mistake warp distortion of this severity for anything else.
Curiosity sings in my veins. They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
And Pascal in the streets of Cormorag. But like, what about Ireland? Kill Malice. First step of that. Streets of the Cloning Rag. That just leads there. Or to the arena.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Load that save. Load that save.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread. Ha! There will be no peace in my wake. Curiosity sings in my veins.
Hard save before we're going there.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
So can't go in there yet. We see, we see.
One step at a time, amidst the madness. What lies beyond?
What do you got? Stolen time.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Humanling, relax with us. Take a stimulant and enjoy yourself. Commissar says hello. The two humanlings have plotted against me. How predictable. Breakers, kill the humanling slowly. I want to enjoy her torment.
out is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Let me what you got.
All right. Of course, it hits Abelard.
My blood sings in anticipation.
Here we go.
I'm here, maggot.
All right, Abelard. Nice. Not nice.
Indeed.
Oof.
Scared yet? You will pay
Thank you
this
for
in
killing
blood.
some of your allies.
High momentum.
A wicked thought.
You've unleashed my fury.
A genius at work.
High momentum.
Very nice.
It will be done.
And then we do that.
Follow my lead. I will do my duty.
All right.
Victory is imminent.
Through the smoke and gunfire.
Hell yeah.
High momentum.
Fucking get him, Abelard.
Rejoice in battle!
Right.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. I'll do it. Guided by faith.
Very nice.
Out of my way!
Someone else can do this. Indeed. At your beck and call. My ears are ringing.
The battle of my comrades in arms. Buddy, I've already mostly taken care of it. Brilliant. Love it. On line of sight. Now. He already has iron on. And myself, I guess.
A wicked thought. What if? Oh, a wicked thought.
Pew pew. Yeah, that seems about right. Oh shit. He actually got an attack in.
It will be done.
I wasn't expecting that.
I will do my duty.
You go there, and then you do the
Tried
charge.
and tested tactics are the best ones.
Oh. Rip.
Follow my lead!
Try to guard him.
Follow my lead.
Let's make it quick! Let's get to it.
The storm approaches.
Come, sir.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
That'd be easier, bro. You stole my kill. Hmm? Commissar's resolve is palpable. Victory, comrades! Duty beckons. Our allies are waiting on the other side of this strange rift, so let us not waste time. He's holding a strange Xeno device. Commissar points it at the rift, presses a few buttons, and the roiling entropic energies die down, forming a stable portal. What exactly awaits us on the other side? Loyal comrades and a stolen escort ship with its pilot taken hostage. It will take us back to real space, where Emperor willing, we will send out a distress call and be saved. By his grace, may this turn out to be true. Abelard's voice is dull and lifeless. Are you coming with us? I will bring up the rear and make sure no one falls behind. You will lead the charge. Act as a shining example of duty and valor. Uh-huh. Onward. Commissar raises his voice and triumphantly shouts, "The Emperor is watching. Let us not falter under his gaze." Yeah? 100% a trap. Like 1,000,000,000,000,000% a trap.
I will not.
Level 40. Sheesh. No one we're gonna rescue Irlet. I want my sniper friend back. I want Pascal back too. Oh, she gets 2 things. Melee, flame, and melta attacks. Hmm. So there's like a circle of blood there.
See? Right there.
What? Activate the switch. Litany of Exhaustion. Any hit with the wearer's single attack inflicts +1 stack of fatigue, disturbed, and perplexed for 2 rounds.
Patience? My nerves are
Oh,
frayed.
God. Can't see if there's anything else that I fucking... Oh, like Death Pit, right? Or Arena, or what have you. Finality of violence is dull. I crave subtlety. Die gracefully. Die passionately. The moment you cross the border, you realize that something is amiss. The thousands of drukhari all around you, the towering bulwark of abnormally bloated muscle, whose face is hidden behind a black mask. None of it fits the commissar's description of a quiet deck. You have brought good meat. You have done well, commissar. Creature's guttural voice emanates menace. Examine the monster. The bulk's body is crisscrossed by thick, ugly scars, as if someone stitched it together from different pieces. Its huge muscles are disproportionately swollen and riddled with peculiar wire-like augmetics running under its skin. Its backbone has been stripped of flesh and cased in the steely grip of a spinal transplant. Its face is hidden by a black helmet. There's turned out to be yet another traitor. I believe I am starting to see how this game is played. Commissar laughs in your face. How perceptive! You should join the Inquisition. Impossible, Argenta's eyes flashed with fear. You will pay, treacherous serpent. You will pay for all of our brothers and sisters. How many have you led to their deaths? Confess. Oh, so many, sister. Even more than usual lately, ever since volunteers started flocking to the sound of your sweet sermons. Saints' blood, I will rip out your throat with my own hands. Farewell, comrades. Deceiving, manipulating, and nudging you toward your deaths has been an honor and a pleasure. Commissar jumps into the closing portal before anyone gets a chance to stop him. Satisfied cackling booms from behind the monster's black mask. Foolish meat. Falls for the same trick every time. Here is what happens to you now. They are about to unleash fighters and beasts that will seek to eviscerate you. So try to survive until the end of the fight, meat. No one is expecting more from you. But should you kill something after all, do it painfully. Unless the master's craving for death agony is sated, they will release me into the arena. And you will regret that, got it? What is this place? The gladiatorial arena of the cult of the fatal thirst. This is where masters come for a new youth, and where pathetic meat from the chasm is brought to die. Shall I receive? Creature leans down to get a better look at you, then says acerbically, "Your life. But do not concern yourself, you will not win." Like to deal. Monster fixes you with a look of contempt and turns away, without deigning to entertain such a ludicrous proposition. Alright. You offered me a chance to skin a few of your friends. I can hardly wait. You're amusing. Overconfident fools like you always die first. Off with you, meat. Rejoice, spire dwellers, for I have come to slake your fatal thirst. May the vicious hunt commence today. My wild hounds will enter the arena to taste the blood of its wretched challengers. Bathe your souls in their suffering. Make your guesses at whether the prey can overpower the predators. If you're looking for more refined entertainment, watch the ousted Drakon of the Reaving Tempest fight for his life against the glorious champions of the arena, the blood-stained proselytes. If your soul is so hardened that only the triumph of violence can soften the scars, enjoy the mask of the fearsome flesh gorger. Today we will try to kill him again. Yo, look at this Chad. Hell yeah. Is that all? You just give me your pet gestures? Let the fatal thirst be quenched. It certainly loses strength and certainty. Everything around you looks like a decoration and a sham. Horror constricts your chest. The sounds join in a terrible loop of self-repetition, mixing with a grinding sound, becoming high and sharp like the teeth of a chainsword and tearing at your eardrum. Eardrums.
With fire and vigor, our Emperor, imbue us!
Oh, Chimera. Okay.
Oh, a genius at work. Schemes within schemes.
Oh.
Victory is imminent.
All right. What is this one? 6% armor. Okay, nice. What does this one do again? Has a 0 AP. I will not count towards the attack limit this turn, and will grant a strike versatility even with the attack limit.
This is why I was chosen.
Oh yeah. Just keep missing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a lot of damage.
Gray hair? Sure have.
Hold on.
Time to slaughter someone.
My faith shields me.
Buddy.
Show
Come on,
me what
Bruiser.
you've got. Let's get to it.
Here we go.
I'm here, maggot.
High momentum.
What if?
High momentum.
As the Emperor commands, I act. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. For you, my Emperor!
Rip. Oh. Get him, Abelard. $60. Go for that one.
Indeed. At your beck and call.
Out of my
Counting
way.
them.
Scared yet? Time to slaughter someone.
Let's make it quick.
Show me what you've got.
Ooh, nice damage on that one.
Let's get to it.
Pain is but an illusion. Let's Let's get to it.
It's a lot of attacks that
On in,
person just had.
maggot.
Why'd you do that? Hold up.
Let's see.
Hell yeah. One down.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
Nice shot.
I'll do it.
I think it's just like every other attack.
An exemplary strike.
Yeah.
Victory is imminent.
Hold on.
Icarus' hounds are dead. Proving ourselves. Maybe the cult will even take us under their protection. There are too many of us. There can't be too many winners. Oh. And there's a new combat? Yes, it does.
I'm not interested.
Not interested.
Indeed.
As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
At your beck and call.
Scared yet?
No. Especially not when you shoot your own allies.
Time to slaughter someone.
High momentum.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. Each strike is a prayer. This is unacceptable. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Okay. Have you enjoyed it? Are you surprised? Fallen Dracon has defeated the best warriors of the arena. The cult appreciates it. Marazai has been granted the right to join the bloodstained proselytes, our circle of champions. Did any of you expect to see a monkey challenger survive the vicious hunt? Do you savor the sight of the flesh gorger devouring his mangled enemies? Your fatal thirst quenched. Yes, it is quenched. Arena Beast's claws. Intimidating, monomolecular edged claws capable of tearing through solid plasteel.
They will see. Oh yes, they
You're unable to
all
discern the
will
bottom
see.
of the abyss out of which Cormorag spires rise. Small mercy for your sanity. I just saw something highlight. Can't get
Up,
there.
one step at a time, amidst the madness.
Ah, yes, I am to go to here. You follow Argenta's gaze to the soaring drukhari craft and the squirming bodies nailed to its side. That's Sergeant Vergastes. I recognize him. I know his voice. Medea, help me. We have to save these people from this torture. One of the drukhari on board sneers upon hearing Argenta's shouts. Eliciting a wave of approving cheers, the drukhari kicks one of the groaning bodies, blatantly savoring his untouchability. Impossible. Abelard shakes his head, looking at the prisoners. Ayo? You ready? We will need to act quickly. Aim and shoot at the engine. By some miracle, Sergeant Vigastes is still alive. His sides and forearms are impaled on the crooked spikes that cover the side of the craft, but his vital organs are intact. Drukhari know how to prolong their victims' suffering. The rest of these people are not as fortunate. Some have nearly bled out, while others succumb to the rough impact. Argenta hesitates for a split second, as if to confirm that she is not imagining what she is seeing, then rushes over to the sergeant and lifts him out of the wreckage. She applies pressure to his wounds before turning her head to you and whispering, "Thank you, Medea." Of course. The commissar. Traitor. The prisoner appears dead until you notice his eyes, which are filled with pain and following your every move. "I'm begging you, finish me." Streets of the chasm. There's another one. "Ship is supposed to be waiting. The ship waiting." You have to find or Pascal or Irelet. Anyone else with me? Heinrich, maybe? Cassia? There's the one I'm forgetting about. Cassia. Oh. The stranger standing before you brings to mind the motley-colored, long-limbed doll abandoned amid carnage and detritus. The bright colors of his sleek costume seem comical against the unremitting gloom and hostility of this place. Only the sorrowful horned mask that hides his face and the dark hooded cloak he wears pay tribute to the overwhelming air of hopelessness. Every move the Xenos makes sings with theatrical precision and a predator's grace. You can't decide if this person is an accomplished dancer or a master assassin. Yes. You've never heard of such Xenos before? What is he doing in the chasm, and why is he standing before you now? This crib of putrid flesh offends your taste. Oblivion comes now. Here is its nocturne plays. I am that starlit strain that chills the soul, the peace that doomed throngs pitched into dance. You are among them, merchant vagabond. So tread the steps, I say, escape fate's grasp. Info am I missing? Do you know anything about their whereabouts? Whose life so dearly does the merchant prize, to boldly now disrupt night's melody? I wish to find Pascal, my tech priest. Amidst the shadows dancing round us here, a crimson streak I spied by flesh consumed. Malevolent, but not his own, I fear, a vagrant languishing, alone and doomed. One of your kind lured me here. I wish to find her. To lose the path, and then by touch again discover it. Such is the outcast lot. Our parlous street she treads a bloody trail that leads her on through pain and wickedness. Navigator, Cassia is missing. I doubt she will last very long here on her own. The one who mastered flesh's mysteries, the soul's enigma is what plagues his mind. All those who glint unnoticed by the rest, he now holds prisoner within his hall. See. That business done, we must resume our dance. What is this dance you were so intent on drawing me into? The steps you know already, vagabond. A knife edge minute you must perform between oblivion, foes, and your own friends. So heed my sonnet well, it holds the key. a melody of snarling agony, beguiling now by rending flesh bewitched. Through sinew, bone, and grisly pageantry, it calls the blood-soaked drape to come unstitched. A haggard chorus in the hall behind, their flesh employed to serve the maestro's art. No prayer for mercy slips from throats confined. The baton sets the beat of every heart. The entrails are for him an instrument, and veins a living stave sounds parallel, without parallel that means, yet deaf to him is no impediment, for corpses tunes do carry just as well. Through spectacles of blood and gore forge past, should crave your eyes to glimpse sun's light at last. Everything is perfectly clear. There is a certain maestro of flesh who conducts experiments on the bodies of others. He has a laboratory that can only be accessed by fighting in the arena to draw his attention. With his assistance, I will be able to escape the chasm. Oh yes, and your name is Nocturne of Oblivion. Have I missed anything? Xenos stills and looks at you intently. He's not accustomed to anyone so adroitly and quickly navigating his verbal labyrinths. That much is clear. At last, you hear a low chuckle behind his mask, and the Xenos claps his hands slowly, saying only one word. Brava. He got stuck for a second. The indigo ripple passes over the Xenos' body, and it dissipates like a bad dream. I like how iconoclast is what allowed me to actually understand him. Rogue Trader was tricked into fighting as a gladiator. The one who did this can likely be found in the pit, the den of the Shriekers. That is where the Rogue Trader should go if she wants to get even, and also to equip herself with decent gear from Malice's stores. Find the Maestro of Flesh. And the Lord Captain's enigmatic ally, who prefers to speak in riddles, has advised her to search for a maestro of a haggard chorus whose flesh is employed to serve his art. That's gonna be wherever that what was it called, like the something theater or whatever. Seems that this mysterious person might provide the Rogue Trader with the means to escape the Dark City, though it is hard to decipher the exact meaning behind the bizarre stranger's words. Boop, boop, boop. In progress. Okay.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Which keeps happening. Oh, here's the earlet. It's my bestie. That's my best friend. Theodori runs a hand over her face before turning to you. Her pale skin is tightly stretched over the bones of her skull. Her eyes have lost their glimmer, and her neck is stooped under an unseen burden. And yet you still recognize her. Irelet Lenavis, your former companion, and the reason for your imprisonment within these dark halls. No. No. She got tricked. Fuck you, narrator. Fuck you. She didn't fucking know. Desperate to find like her people, and she's just like taking whatever lead she can find, and she got followed a fake one. Her like glances at you, her eyes widening slightly, but that is the only change you detect in her tense expression. Whatever emotions she may be feeling, she is suppressing them well a long time. You are alive. That looks at you in disbelief. Your voice. Do I hear a semblance of jubilation? But how can that be, Elantok? Because of me, you. One of the Xenos who are watching Irlet torture the silent victim steps forward. Did the monkey come for a taste of pain? Then you must have patience. The little guest still has so much suffering to extract from her first victim. Your prey is far from empty, Irlet. Do not hold back. Irlet grips the blade in her hand and immediately winces. Her spirit stone is emanating a red glow. She touches it with an expression of anguish. Suffering overwhelms me. No more. I cannot bear it any longer. Why are you doing this to her? Our little guest is learning the art she and her kin lost aeons ago. Drukhari gloats in a cloying tone of voice. The art of delight, unhampered by meaningless taboos. The art of extracting rapture from another's flesh against the will of its owner. The art of walking the path of the Drukhari. Isn't that right, my lost Azriani? The path of the Drukhari. That echoes the Xenos' words, and the sound of her voice is as feeble and hollow as an echo. Once Irlet opens her soul to our ways, she will have a home once more among our kind. If she refuses, well, then she will have to give up that bauble she wears as a flimsy shield against she who thirsts. But there is no cause for alarm. When we are done here, our little sister will need her spirit stone no longer. I'm gonna get out of this place. What about you? Her gaze is encouraged. Are you inviting me to come with you? Inviting me to the stars, Elantok? Drukhari grabs Irlet by the shoulder. You are losing focus, sister. Your spirit stone is at stake. Irlet is swift and precise. The blade pierces the Drukhari's throat, and he collapses, clutching the wound and drenching the floor with his blood. His kin move to draw their weapons, but freeze, transfixed by the sight of their brother thrashing in agony. Oh no. He's aroused. Enough. It is hard to tell whether Irlet is shouting or wailing. Enough of this senseless, aimless torture. This is not my path, and it will never be mine. She turns to you with a faint glimmer of hope on her gaunt face. First, I must ask Elantok. After what I did, drive away the night of my blindness with the morning rays of clarity, have you truly found the strength to forgive me? Even if you have lost your way, I will be here to help you find it again. Your reasons make no difference to me. I forgive you. We will yet have a word about your deeds. Now, however, it is time to leave. I will take whatever help I can get to escape. No, you will find no forgiveness. Go whichever way you wish. Even if you have lost your way, I will be here to help you find it again. Medea, you. The pain in Irlet's gaze gives way to another new emotion, tender and immeasurably sad. My eyes were blind to overlook the generosity of your soul. If only I had cast off my doubts that had coiled around me like venomous serpents. If only I had sought to share my pain with you. Perhaps we would not be standing in the snare of the dark city now. Her reply, timid and apologetic, is barely audible. I know you have many questions for me, Medea, and I vow to give you every answer, but please, let us first depart this terrible place, away from the nightmares that sink their stings into the darkest recesses of my ravaged soul. Let's fucking go. Best friend acquired. Alright. We are, like, also almost at the next stage of levelance. Oh, use Drukhari equipment. Alright, weapon proficiency. Does she already have that? Actually. Hold on. Alright, let's get you Incubus Blade Armor. This armor deals 10 to 15 piercing damage to any target in melee range when the wearer makes a melee attack, plus 3 deflection if the wearer's weapon skill is more than 65. Nope. Nope. Edgy looking armor. Under a long rifle. That. We don't have anyone that has that. Drukhari weapons. We could do that. Let's reroll failed skill chat test. Yo, +1. Attempt for each test. Damn. In the agility ability. Agility ability.
What lies beyond?
Angel thing. You were there before. Examine fragments. An empty vial is lying on the ground. It contained repotropine, a stimulant that heightens one's perception of moving objects but hinders their ability to see stationary obstacles. Okay. Flash of searing pain. Oh, it just got fucking moitered.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Fresh corpse. Reaver's tendons. Tendons enhanced with synthetic thread, 10 times more resilient than regular tissue and capable of withstanding tremendous strain during flight, rather. One of the corpses in the pile catches your eye. You manage to cut the synthetic sinew, an expensive augment, out of the Reaver's broken body. Still only a 35% there. Scout. Don't just step on him. Don't just step on him. The crooked figure wrapped in crimson looks nothing like Pascal Hanuman, like the Pascal Hanuman you knew. Before, his silhouette hunched, though it may have been under the weight of his potentia coil, used to radiate authority and the power of restricted knowledge. Now he simply looks broken. His raiment is soiled with dark red bloodstains and black blotches of sacred unguents. His mechadendrites wiggle sluggishly like dying snakes. Pascal does not look at you, for his gaze is focused inside his own body. There is a horrible gaping wound in his chest, and you see glinting, clinging mechanisms squirming within. Pascal has plunged his fingers into the wide, dripping maw of the wound and is in the process of palpitating his metal innards with great care. Look closely at him. It is difficult to say if the procedure that Pascal has undergone was torture, sacred augmentation, or vivisection. His flesh is covered in fresh sutures interspersed with wounds that no one has taken the trouble to stitch up. An ordinary human would have long since bled out, but the Ferrum Sanctum sustains the bodies of the adepts of the machine god. His metallic innards are exposed to the eye in all their vulgar and bloody nakedness. Pascal, can you hear me? This statement is true, Medea. Pascal looks up at you. His skin has gone yellowish and clammy from the lubricant like sweat, and there is something strange about the pupil of his left eye. You look closer and realize that its shape is no longer round. It is a tridecagon. Looking up the word tridecagon. Geometry of tridecagon or trisky or triskaidekon is a 13-gon or a 13-gon is a 13-sided polygon. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, tri, 3, deca, 10. Okay. What happened to you? An act of defilement. This unit was subjected to a profane invasion. The dry words coming from the Vox speaker rustle like sand. Under the cold layer of formality, you sense panic. A Xenos touched my Ferrum Sanctum, removed parts of it, and changed other parts. Branded my true flesh with ulcers of forbidden metal. What became of you after our capture? This unit was immobilized, transported to the laboratorium of a Xenos with the designation Tervantius the Mechanator, studied, anatomized. His vox begins to vibrate ominously as if he is about to burst into a hysterical scream. Then this unit was changed. Its sacred augmentations were subjected to restructuring, complete replacement, modification. Then this unit received basic medical assistance. Then this unit. The voice on the Vox speaker fades to a whisper. Then he let me go. Where are the others? No data available. Optimistic projection. They are dead. Any way I can help you? This statement is false. The voice from the speaker becomes drier and calmer. The impure augmentations were inserted into the technical cycle of the operation of my true flesh. Their direct excision will, with an undetermined yet high degree of probability, cause the cessation of my vital functions. Pascal's fingers widen the edges of the wound. Blood mixed with sacred unguents trickle down his wax-like skin. His sunken chest contains more metal than you thought possible. You see the gray tissue of his lungs pierced by dozens of thin tubes, an unfamiliar organ made of synthetic fiber, imprisoned in a cage of protective rings. The wide cover over his respiratory system that disappears into his trembling larynx. All these augmetics are riddled with small grafts of xenotech clinging to them like rust. What exactly did they change? Detecting numerous replacements in chain of command distributors, alterations have been made to the operational algorithm of the encoder inside my cortical augment. Pascal now speaks with complete indifference and calm, as if reading out an inventory of spare parts at a warehouse. The chemical inject analyzer has been destabilized. He falters and hints of humanity creep back into his voice. He sounds almost bewildered. There are other changes. I cannot understand what they are, what their function is. Why did they remold you like that? No data available. I hypothesized that the purpose behind the alterations was entertainment, curiosity. He was curious to see what was inside me. Then he remade me to see what I would do next. He wanted to watch me rip his gifts out of myself. Um, I will help you kill him. No. He's my tech bro. Like, I kind of want to be like, just like, yeah, you do you, but like, this also seems like it might be like the dismissive one, like, yeah, you do things on your own, like, purge your body of this corruption at once. The probability of total success is low due to expected premature cessation of vital functions. There's no fear in Pascal's voice. He's not trying to dissuade you, merely informing you. And there's no reason to back down. Do it. Then we must look for other options. The sound of Vox Statter is Pascal's only response. If it does not pose an immediate threat to your life, leave the xenometal inside of your body for now. We'll deal with it later. Request denied due to violation of the ninth universal law. The alien mechanism is a perversion of the true path. There's resignation in Pascal's voice. You're a warrior of comprehension. Survive, then, and comprehend. This statement is true. Pascal's voice grows firm. I am a warrior of comprehension. Comprehension is the key to all things. I will comprehend the anathema, and in doing so prevail. I will not yield. Pascal forces himself upright and says in a faltering voice, This unit is ready to serve. Omniscia, have mercy on me. Alright. Very nice. Got most of the crew back. I don't have any power weapons. Have a stubbo. Oh, never mind. I thought he was supposed to be good with that, but I think I was thinking plasma. The Ripper. Serrated mono knife. Okay, there we go. I'm wearing heavy armor. Forge world characters. Okay. For the next round. Bonus. Okay.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Now I'm able to open up all these.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed. Curiosity sings in my
Activate the
veins.
switch.
This explorator is blessed
What
with
lies
multifunctionality.
beyond?
Yes, you are, buddy. Yes, you are. Hmm?
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Odari Ranger sight. Whereas Deadeye shot critical hits trigger exposed weakness. Hand of offense. Where's melee? Oh, that. Okay. Transport. Adorned with massive blades would make for a deadly weapon on the battlefield.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
The ease with which the flyer took to the air suggests that their body must be extremely light. Even small projectiles must pose grave danger to them midair.
There will be no peace in my wake.
To meet in the arena, there was an exceptional monkey. Common monkey did not last long. He may have survived only be gutted by the blood-stained proselytes tomorrow. Talking about me.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Mystic Ward. At the start of every combat, the wearer's allies gain deflection equal to the wearer's psi rating. Whenever an ally suffers any damage and loses non-temporary wounds, this effect is removed from that ally. Bruiser's Boots. Whenever the wearer performs an area attack, they instantly provoke attacks of opportunity from all adjacent enemies. Or gains plus toughness bonus for each attack of opportunity. By 3 times psi rating. Not a melee psychic user. That's Heinrich. Oop. Like, obviously where I need to go for that. Why?
What lies beyond?
All right. My brothers and sisters, it's time for you to meet our greatest ally. Rogue Trader Maria von Valankis herself is part of the Resistance. I ask you, how can we fall with someone so mighty fighting on our side? The maleficent Xenos have already tried to kill her in the arena, yet their efforts were for naught. The Emperor protects. Commissar gives his inspirational speech while looking at you right in the eye without a shred of shame. His words draw smiles of amazement and exultation from the people around him. You've never seen any of them before. Traitor, you condemned them to death. You lied to us, and now I have come to exact retribution. Commissar's smile becomes unpleasant. Sister Argenta, what are these accusations I'm hearing? Could it be that the horrors of combat have rattled you so? Have you been blinded by the ensuing madness? He has a well-measured dash of pointed suspicion in his voice. Or has our cunning enemy poisoned your mind with some wicked influence? Argenta, I should be the one to dispense justice, and I shall do so at the time of my choosing. As you will. Argenta sighs grimly. She glares at the Commissar and says with conviction, "We are not finished here, Yako Satni. This is not a pardon, merely a sentence delayed. Looking for the maestro of flesh. Who do you suppose that is? How poetic. I don't know of anyone who goes by that moniker, although when you said maestro, I immediately thought of the anatomical opera. That fancy title sounds like it would fit Tervantius the Archmachinator. Machinator. Was not our intention to kill him. The Viper is surprisingly hard to kill. He's chock full of life support augmetics. I figured a new pet would be a nice bonus to claiming victory and having the den back. Besides, new recruits need a target to practice their aim on, right? Malice looks horribly maimed. One of his arms has almost been ripped off and now is hanging on by sinew alone. His acidic voice, however, is the same as before, and so is the bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Just their aim? What about their close combat skills? Let me out. Make me suffer. Pit me against 3 of yours, 5 of yours, unarmed. Good entertainment for your people, is it not? Keeping him in a cage is pointless. He could be of so much more use to you. I'd let him go or execute him. I abhor torture. You suggest that we let him die? After all that he has done? After he condemned so many of our own to a death for the ungodly pleasures of the Xenos? Kamazar's fervent shouting permeates the den. Will we grant this vicious spawn an easy death? Never, never, never. Smiling triumphantly at his soldiers' unanimous response, the Commissar adds in a lower voice, how can I let such an inspiring prisoner go? My fellow resistance fighters would be devastated. What do you think these people will do to you if I tell them what your true business is? Commissar answers with a smug, confident smile. Care to find out? Let's see who they believe. Their brother in arms who promises them an expeditious escape, or the high-born loudmouth without a concrete plan. Aren't you worried that he might spill your little secret? Tell me, do you honestly think that the incoherent blubbering of a cripple who just got rescued from drukhari imprisonment will convince anyone in here? Those monsters tortured the poor lad. He's been through so much. No wonder he's lost his marbles and sees traitors everywhere. Vigastes is no fool. He knows I always come out on top. Now you know it too, isn't that great? The Commissar grins and winks at Vigastes, who merely continues to glare at him. I have questions about you personally. I've got nothing to hide. There can be no foibles in a disciplinary officer's past and present. The Commissar winks at you. Who are you, really? What do you mean by that? Are you asking what my name is? It's Yakos Sutnoy. I didn't lie about that. You want to know my trade? I've got none. I was born in a hive that was suffocating from overpopulation. All I did my whole life was just survive, using whatever means fate would throw my way. You want to know who I serve or who I believe in? Myself and myself. No one else. Maybe you meant to ask what my calling is. That would have been an interesting question indeed. I think I may be an artist at heart. A beaming smile lights up the Commissar's face. How did you come to be in Cormorant? We were forming an Astra Militarum regiment on my planet. Thousands of morons brought the Commissar's grok shit about rations and the glorious duty that is protecting the Imperium. I wasn't one of them, of course. However, it soon turned out that those thousands of volunteers weren't enough. That's when the planet's governor conscripted the entire population of 17 hive levels, everyone who was of age. I lived on one of those levels. That's how I became a soldier, or to be specific, how I joined a penal legion. Our regiment was branded from the start for some heinous act committed by one of our dead predecessors. When they left us to die at the hands of drukhari, I decided I'd eat enough crap out of the Imperium's hands. I beat our commissar to death and convinced my units to surrender. That's how I ended up here. Look at like you're enjoying yourself here in Cormorant. You seem surprised. You're the rogue trader here. You're the one whose former life was sweeter than this one. But for a commoner like me, our beloved Imperium is just as much of a deadly, treacherous, deceitful place where everyone wants to use you and kill you. The only difference is, nobody here demands that you jump for joy about the way things are. So yeah, I like this place more than my former world. You're a traitorous maggot. Commissar makes a placating gesture and lowers his voice. Yes, yes, you got me. I'm a traitorous maggot. Just keep it down, will you? The Commissar lets out an abrasive laugh. Well, I can understand your frustration. For such a famed figure to have fallen for such a simple trap, why, if word of this traveled as far as the tales of your former accomplishments, your good name would be ruined. Lustrous glory made you famous far. Why do you send people to the arena? Commissar shrugs. Just trying to be useful. The witch cult of the Fatal Thirst enjoys this little show I've put on. Killings don't amuse them all that much. They want something more flavorful. Most people think they're just a step away from salvation, and then they realize where they are. Combination of despair, pain of betrayal, horror, and broken hopes adds spice to their death agonies. So I provide that spice to the witches, and they give me equipment, food, and protection. Guess that means my work is appreciated. Tell me more about the arena. Arenas are the wellsprings of life in this heinous place. The drukhari are forced to feed on psychic energy born of pain and fear, or else they wither and degrade. That's why they go to these gladiatorial arenas. They're like feasts where drukhari stuff themselves with people's sufferings. And witch cults are the rulers of these bloody carousels. The chasm is the turf of the cult of the Fatal Thirst, which is led by 3 succubi, Tazara, Kakaros, and Sinisthoria. Kakaros is typically the one in charge of the arena fights, while Tazara goes on raids to harvest new fighters. But it's no secret that Sinisthoria is the most fearsome and powerful of the 3. She's the one who forged the alliance between the cult and the Reaving Tempest, though for some reason she has been avoiding the spotlight lately. How'd she manage to work out a deal with the witches? I happened to find myself in the arena, and I did whatever I could to survive, which entertained an audience quite a bit. One of the witches, Tazara, took notice of me. She found me and said I could serve them either with my brains and charisma or with my blood and guts. Except Tazara seems to have forgotten all about me. Would Malice have dared to make a move if she hadn't? She must have grown bored. Sooner or later, they become bored of everything. But I'm trying my best to win back her favor. I already have a few ideas of a new little stage. Delve Tazara during the defense of the capital world. Tazara is dead. I killed her. Damn it. I'll miss her patronage. Though the same can't be said of her high-handed manner and her habit of using sharp objects to bring fun to any conversation. Well, I'll just have to win over a new patronage. Commissar smiles nonchalantly. Are you even a real commissar? He laughs, looking pleased. Of course not. I can tell you from experience that they beat all the brains and imagination out of commissars during training. I was a nobody from a penal legion in the Astra Militarum. But I did beat a commissar to death with a spade and take his uniform. Does that make me something of a commissar in your eyes? Chuckles in amusement. What did Malice do to cross you? I want the truth. Robbed me of what was mine. When that scaled freak realized I'd been left without a patron, he brought his gang to my den, this den, and took it away, and my arena portal with it. Then he went on grazing on my pastures and snatching new arrivals who were supposed to be mine. What do you intend to do now? I'll keep supplying meat for the arena. Without Malice around, all human captives will be mine to collect, and I'll have plenty of material to delight our gracious hosts with. I do believe you have a problem. I survived. Is that a problem? You're not going to, I don't know, kill me, are you? That would be most unwise. Malice used to be the one who could get you things to survive, but now I've taken over. If you kill me, who will supply you with good weapons, stimulants, and armor? How about a deal? You take part in my show and I give you access to the stores of the Resistance. You just keep your mouth shut and your finger off the trigger. You're smart and resourceful, if nothing else. You know how to survive. I like people like you. You are pardoned. Okay. I don't really want to pardon him. He's a bit of an asshat. He presses a hand to his face. The blood that is streaming through his fingers makes his heroic profile look even more so. That was fair, your ladyship. I have questions about your machinations. Ask away. Feel like becoming a partner, just say the word, I'm all for it. The Emperor protects, comrade. The Commissar expertly hides his derisive smile under a grimace of lofty pride.
Rogue Trader. Being reunited with the Emperor's Chosen is a balm to my soul.
Managed to learn anything about this place?
I have made no attempt to do so. What need do I have to know of the depravity of the enemies of humanity, when all I want is to burn it all in pure, raging flame? I already know all I need to. This place is evil, but there are servants of the Emperor here worthy of salvation.
Need to find a way out of here.
We do. And I swear to fight for that end, and not to lose hope, even when deceit, corruption, and treachery surround us on all sides.
Let's take my leave.
May Terra's light be with you, Rogue Trader.
Okay. So this is sort of like a pub. Miss my family.
May these instructions protect the machine spirits that serve me from the blasphemies of corrupted technology.
Pascal is deeply focused on drawing protective runes with sacred unguents on the metal surfaces of his mechadendrites. You've been betrayed, Pascal.
Reverse analysis is shown the act of sabotage to have been predictable. The directives for interacting with Xena races warn about non-humans' proclivity for breaching contracts. The data concerning the unreliability of the unit Iliet has been archived.
Pascal's voice is dry and indifferent, but his drilling mechadendrites roar menacingly. How are you feeling after all the punishment your body has taken?
Comprehension in progress. The operating principles of xeno-augmetics, while alien to the canon blessed by the Deus Mechanicus, are nonetheless quantifiable. They feed, as parasites do, on my blood and the charge of my potentia coil. I, in turn, feed on their mystery as I nurse new comprehension within me. It is painful. It is necessary.
The hissing from the Vox is reminiscent of a tortured groan. Aren't you afraid these parasites will devour your soul?
This statement is partly true. I have introduced protective equations into the algorithmic chain to guard the digital spirit against the corruption of heresy. The xeno-augmetics embedded in my flesh are yet to be comprehended. The lack of knowledge is painful. But by the Omnissiah's grace, My analysis will conquer their mysteries. Martyrdom is the path to knowledge.
Any valuable thoughts on how we can get out of here?
Strategic recommendation. Analysis has shown that the non-human community is racked by strife. Exploiting the Xenos' mutual differences can result in temporary alliances that will provide the technological means of returning the unit von Valancius to real space.
How does it feel to be in Cormorant? It's a rare opportunity.
This place is calling out to the Omnissiah for an act of purifying and gracious xenocide. The spatial disharmony observed here points to its anathematic nature. That being said, complete extermination is not advised. Those in possession of technological knowledge should be rounded up and subjected to interrogation and vivisection prior to disposal.
The Vox hisses quietly for a while. Don't lose your morale. We're going to make it.
May the filters of knowledge bestowed upon us by the machine god protect us from the temptations and horrors of blasphemous revelations. May your labors be effective and fruitful.
You came back from the dark, Elentark? Unharmed.
Although Erlet's sharp features remain the same, the deep shadows around her eyes and her listless gaze give her the appearance of a living corpse. The Ardari looks withered, haunted, despondent, but when you approach, the relentlessness in her eyes is replaced with a faint glimmer of hope. How are you?
My body has already healed. The wounds of the soul will heal one day too. For suffering is a part of our life, not unlike love and fear and the desire to learn. The paths help the children of Asurion to endure any spiritual upheaval. And you, Elentark, did not allow me to stray from mine. For this, I am grateful.
She nods gratefully.
And yet, neither rest nor healing salves, or even our reconciliation, can soothe the savage turmoil in my soul, Elentark. Kruderak is lost, and the bud of truth never opened before me. What happened to my kinsmen? What happened to my world? And why did the Dark Cousin tell me less than he knew?
There's a roiling darkness in Erlet's emerald eyes that seems to search the very bottom of your soul. What happened to you after the trial?
I was meant to share your fate, Elentark, and vanish in the Dark City's rotting underbelly. But the Fleshmaster gave a different order. His twisted mind was beset by a question. Could a child of Asurion be saved from the gaze of she who thirsts with intense re-education? By replacing the influence of my spirit stone with the heady tang of pain that nourishes the followers of the dark ways?
Okay. Precious spirit stones. Precious psychoreactive crystals worn by living Assyrian as a means of sanctuary against the predations of Slanesh. They begin as waystones whose purpose is to capture their wearer's soul at the moment of death, thus becoming spirit stones. Okay.
I donned the executioner's mantle. They allowed me to keep my spirit stone in exchange for the suffering of others. I survived, prayed for Asurion's mercy, and hoped to escape before the stone cracked under the torrent of pain and terror assaulting my soul. Before the experiment was complete.
Crystal in Irlet's chest plate lights up with a crimson glow, and each of her breasts becomes more labored and restless than the last. What do you know about this place?
Kamora. This city grinds down the will of the strong and torments any who get tangled in its dark web. The fools are the first to die, and the shrewd perish regardless. I have never been here before, but few children of Osirion manage to escape the Dark City without surrendering a part of their soul. So what is it that you wish to know?
Who rules the city?
An ancient and powerful drukhari named Asdrubal Vect, the supreme overlord of the Cabal of the Black Heart, who reigns over all of the drukhari with an iron fist. My dark kin consider him to be a living god. Much like your emperor on the Golden Throne, Vect sits upon a throne of darkness and suffering that keeps Kamora's disparate clans from disintegrating. I would not want to meet him if I were you, Elantak.
What about cities other than Komorak?
There are no other cities, Elantak. The Dark City has no bounds. It is a tangle of countless nightmare domains subject to a single ruler. An endless amalgamation of ever-changing and immutable dimensions. You cannot grasp its tenebrous grandeur, for even my life will not be long enough to visit all corners of the Dark City and the realms that border it. But it hardly matters where you go, for death lurks on every corner.
You know how we can get the fuck out of here?
The Dark City is pierced by millions of spires, and a webway gate may be hidden in any of them. It is the only way out of this place, and an impassable obstacle to any who do not know how to operate it. I know, and will help you should you so desire.
Other questions?
But do I have the answers that you seek?
What happened? Why'd you do it?
I tried to learn to trust you, Elantak. Whatever your motives, you did not turn away from me, and you helped me search for my kin. But despair ate at me from within. The human journeys through the realm of She Who Thirsts left my soul drained, and our attempts to save the children of Kruderak crumbled to nothing in the unending coldness of the dark cosmos. And even when I beheld a piece of Kruderak in your chambers, I wanted to believe you had nothing to do with it. I wanted to, but I succumbed to emotion, to fear, to hopelessness, to grief. I was afraid that Silent Thrash would find me before I found the truth. Which is why I tried to find my dark cousin on the day he attacked Argonis. I used the commotion to slip away unnoticed and wandered the streets like a shadow in search of its owner. My efforts were futile. I returned to the palace in confusion. I waited for my fresh wounds to stop aching and for the watchfulness of the surrounding monkey to fade like the mist on an autumn morning. But still, I had my doubts. Perhaps, I thought, I should discuss it openly with you. That monkey Achilles. There was something wrong about him. He kept disappearing at night, so one day I followed him. Achilles was contacting Marajai, using an artifact that transmitted his master's orders. That is how I learned that the burnt monkey was about to betray you. Which meant my only chance to discover the fate of my homeworld was about to slip through my fingers. I could not wait any longer. I killed Achilles, took the artifact, and demanded answers from Marajai. He hinted at where I could go to look for the truth. You know what happened next.
Did you kill Achilles?
My words will hardly console you, Elantak, but I killed the traitor. I fear the Dark Ones left too many scars on his fragile soul. Your loyal monkey broke, so I gifted him a swift death, free from the shame of betrayal.
You didn't learn anything?
Alas, my cousin fell out of favor with the Archon. But even so, I doubt Marajai would reveal the truth. At least not before his dark soul was suffused with my suffering.
That shakes her head. Shouldn't presume know what he was about to do.
I know. Believe me, I know.
Should I say this one? Don't know if I can trust you again. Enough about that. Quiet sigh of relief is her only reply.
Elantark. I promised that I would no longer hide my worries behind an icy wall of pride and doubt. And so I want to explain myself. But are you willing to hear me out?
Normally unflappable earlet is frozen in indecision. Been waiting for an explanation.
Not here. The words of my truth are intended only for your ears, Elantark.
Earlet gives a short nod. Where the fuck are we? Also, there goes the voice acting. Medea, Earlet's usual pride and arrogance give way to awkwardness and confusion. This is my first time ever having to explain myself like this, but you, more than anyone, deserve to know the truth. I understand how unworthy I am in your eyes. This may sound like a ridiculous excuse, but I did not want to betray you, Medea. I only wished to learn the truth about Krudarak's demise and find my kin. And when I saw the shard of my world in your dwelling, that trophy mounted on the wall, I was beside myself with fear and rage. When my dark cousin whispered in my ear that he knew the answer to my questions, I made a mistake. I trusted my kin, and fearing that you might refuse me if you knew where I had been getting my orders from, I simply asked you to direct your ship to the particular system. Did I trust Marazai? No, of course not. I thought he spoke of my kin's location to crush my soul, that he wanted me to go there and find only death instead of them. But hope for the better, prevailed over my faith in you, Elantark. Erlet sighs awkwardly, avoiding your gaze. Filled with hope, the thought never even crossed my mind that this single thread, forever slipping from my grasp, would lead us to the very heart of the Dark City. I am sorry, Medea, and I wanted you to know that. You're faith in me? Did I hear that right? Your light looks you straight in the eye. Time I spent with you. Our conversations, the glow of your soul that only I can see. Yes, faith. With you, She stammers at a loss for words. I mean, I already told you that I know nothing about the shard. That trophy belonged to Theodora, my predecessor. So you are not the one to blame for the destruction of Krudarak, but your blood is. Erlet purses her thin lips. No, I will not condemn you and your blood. No more. My accusations have already cost us too much. I've always been honest with you, that you have ever lied to me from the start. I understand why you did that, and I forgive you. I do not think I will ever be able to completely trust you. See, I'm not sure if this one would advance the dialogue. You ever lied to me from the start. Urlet lowers her head in shame. There is indisputable truth to your words. I should have realized sooner that you were worthy of more than what I offered you. You are worthy of my trust. Forgive me my arrogance, Medea. I understand why you did that. I forgive you. Irlet's eyes widen in surprise. I give you my word, Medea. I will never betray your trust ever again. You have shown great compassion by accepting me and forgiving my deeds. I do not know if I would have been able to do the same. It pains me to know the hardships you had to endure because of me. And you still suffer in this cursed arena, in this cursed city. I also... Irlet pauses as if hesitant to continue. My soul is crushed, Elantak. The loss of Kudarak, the horrors of Cormorag, and the drukhari's attempts to re-educate me. I have fully paid the price. I have lost my path and can no longer meditate. My body and my soul know no peace now. And that means that she who thirsts will soon turn her predatory gaze on me. You are unable to meditate? Can that happen? I have heard stories about Aldari unable to reach their inner world because of anguish or madness, and every story had a tragic ending. How are you going to regain your powers now? I do not know. Sincere hopelessness rings in Irlet's voice. I don't have meditation, but I am prepared to stay with you and share the silence. That way you will be able to forget about the horrors of it, if only for a little. I mean, she seriously do be needing a hug. You cannot bear human touch. Alright. Irlet shudders and ponders her words for a long while as she battles silently with herself, but then she shakes her head. No, I cannot bear it, Elantak. But the fact that you remember this and respect my feelings means a great deal to me. I cannot help with meditation, but I am prepared to stay with you and share the silence. That way you will be able to forget about the horrors of Cormorag, if only for a little while. Irlet freezes for a second, then gestures for you to take a seat nearby. We had a saying on Kudarak. In silence you can hear a heartbeat, the music of the soul trying to burst out. Please, share this wordless song with me, Medea. And may it bring peace to us both. Meditation buddies. Oh. She phased out of existence. Oh no. She's gone. Anything hidden here? No? Where'd she go? Wait, where actually did she go? Hold up. She's just gone now. Alright. Abelard.
Lord Captain, I serve at your pleasure.
At your approach, Abelard straightens and grunts in pain as something in his back crunches. That does sound good. How are you feeling?
I fear, Lord Captain, that without the intervention of an experienced rejuvenate adept, I will not be able to overcome this frailty on my own. Blessed throne, it is hard to be a helpless old man. I always hoped I would die, long before the day my back and hands gave out. And look at me now.
You haven't seen your departed wife again.
I have not seen her, Lord Captain. But there are times when I think I hear her laughing in the distance. Or I sense hands touching me, as she used to do, to distract me from my sorrowful ruminations. But I know the difference between reality and fantasy. Now I fear I shall simply have to learn to live with this ghost that appears only to me. With this vision of the past.
Abelard hesitates. After a few moments, he sighs and hangs his head. Any thoughts on how we might get out of here?
I am sorry to say I do not. If we had our ship and crew at our disposal, we could be safely within its walls, conduct reconnaissance of this place, and in the end, meet our deaths in battle against the Xenos, as befits true servants of the God Emperor. However, we are deprived of our usual resources. Now we can only rely on our weapons and our wits.
Do you know anything about this place?
No, Lord Captain. And trust me, I hope to remain in this state of blissful ignorance until my dying day. Just knowing that this abyss exists at all is enough to poison my mind. It is possible. The Xenos, Elliot, could tell you something about this place. After all, she is in some way related to its denizens, and she is responsible for the fact that we are here at all.
Abelard falls silent, but his eyes make it clear what he thinks of the Eldari's return to the ranks of your companions. I must take my leave. Abelard nods wordlessly and closes his eyes, both out of a desire to sleep and a desire not to see his surroundings even for a short time. Alright. Save there. And then we're going to end it here for today.